Okay, so welcome back, Elaine, to the Zoom room for another live session in the Art of Letting Go program. So, let's have a look at our email for today with a bit of teaching first, as usual, and then that usually prepares us nicely for our workbook lesson. So, just give me a moment to get the live stream sorted. And then we'll resume. Okay, so all right. Yeah, I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so let me know when you can see the screen. Should come up in a moment. You can read the headline quote for us.
Joy is the simplest form of gratitude.
Very simple quote today, but I liked it. It's interesting statement that joy is a form of gratitude. So I'd never heard it framed that way before. A guy called Karl Barth, who was a Swiss theologian. And interestingly, if you know the historical context, he wrote something called the Barmen Declaration in 1934. It rejected the subservience of the German churches to the ideology of the Nazi government of the time, because they were all just falling into line with this, really satanic system. And he said, no, we can't follow this. This is not of God. I don't know what happened to him. Perhaps he wasn't in Germany at the time, but it stood for the truth in a time when evil was arising. So what he's saying is a very simple formula to rise above the seemingly very vexatious issues, like that particular one that he had to deal with in his time with the Nazis, that often face us in this world, and experience joy consistently in your daily life. So be grateful for whatever arises in the present moment, and you will often feel an uplifting emotion that can be called joy, which, as Karl Barth points out, is an expression of gratitude. So again, it's we've talked about this before. A fundamental level is acceptance. If you're at acceptance, then there's a degree of gratitude. You're not resisting. You're not upset about anything. So there's a degree of gratitude just for the present moment, for being happy in the moment, in a state of acceptance. And then on that solid foundation, this sometimes a very energizing, uplifting emotion called joy can come. You can really feel, I just feel expanded. I'm so happy. We've all had that feeling. Your heart kind of opens, you smile, and just be open to the arising of joy. If you're in a grateful, peaceful state, then this you're opening the way for this kind of experience to happen. You don't necessarily know that joy will always be there, but you're giving it every chance to arise. And if it's not there, then you're pretty peaceful and happy anyway, because you're in the base state of acceptance or gratitude, as Karl Barth calls it. So be grateful for whatever arises in the present moment. There we talked about the present moment just now in our sharing. And you'll often feel this uplifting emotion called joy, which as he points out is an expression of gratitude. So practice giving thanks for every experience you have today, even the challenging ones, especially the challenging ones, you might say, because then you're giving yourself every opportunity to experience joy, which is the abundant life that Yeshua promised everyone who follows his teachings, as recorded in the book of John, Gospel of John. So if you can read that one for us, Elaine. Read that quote, if you don't mind.
The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy, but I have come so that they may have life and may have it abundantly.
That's quite a well-quoted phrase, a passage from the Bible. And many Christians interpret that on a material level. You know, you may have life and may have it abundantly. I've seen whole ministries dedicated to that kind of teaching. Okay, well, what he really meant was we can have abundant life. And that means that, you know, we're going to have lots of material stuff and money, and that's all justified by the scripture. But he didn't really mean it in that sense. You may have life and may have it more abundantly. He didn't mean you're going to, you know, have a lot of money necessarily. He didn't say you're not going to have a lot of money, but it's a state of mind. It's a state of being that he was pointing to, which is the most important. So it's, you know, life and more abundantly is a state in which you're peaceful as a base foundation, and you have joy running through your life. There's moments of joy, but it's, you know, very basic level. You're peaceful, so there's an underlying foundational happiness. Joy can arise, maybe even enthusiasm. You get excited about some project or goal, but without getting attached. Don't, you know, go into the whole expectation. It's just a feeling really of inspiration, something within you saying, yes, you know, go for this, do this, because you've been called to. You know, it's a higher calling. And so you live moment by moment, even though you have this enthusiasm for what you're doing. And so all of that becomes possible from this foundation of gratitude and peace. And this is the abundant life. You experience happiness, peace, joy, you know, unconditional love. This is life more abundantly. It's really got nothing to do with the material world. It's an inner state that he's pointing us to. So I thought you might be interested in just watching this. I've posted it before, but it talks about 3 levels of conscious doing. Eckhart Tolle, in A New Earth, he conceptualizes these 3 levels of conscious doing. You know, level 1 is just an acceptance. Level 2 is joy, and level 3 is enthusiasm. Which it's always struck me that's quite a good model. And the idea is each level creates the foundation for the next. You can't attain joy if you're not at a base level of acceptance, and if you're not at in a joyful state, you can't have enthusiasm, which is the joy in the moment. But there's this project or goal that you're moving towards that you feel is worthwhile, that really inspires you. But, you know, to have true enthusiasm, entheos means God in you. It has to be a God-inspired goal. It must be something to spread the truth. So probably Yeshua, you know, in his ministry and his disciples, you know, they were filled with that enthusiasm to go out and, you know, and spread the message and help, you know, many people who were suffering through it, which is what his ministry was all about. So, you know, if you have base foundation of peace and then joy, And on the top of that enthusiasm, watch out, you can change the world, as we saw Yeshua did through his ministry. So that's worth watching. If you haven't watched that, find enjoying your work. So he talks about relationship between gratitude for whatever's happening. Another word for that would be acceptance, and joy as the first two levels of a three-level hierarchy of conscious doing. It starts with acceptance. That's the foundational level of feeling gratitude for all events, people, and circumstances in your life. Then you move up to enjoyment, which is, it says it, enjoy. I'm in joy when I'm enjoying something. Joy in action. So I'm in a joyful state. It's in the essence of what's been called the flow state in positive psychology. So when you're enjoying something, then inevitably you're going to be in flow, because you wouldn't be enjoying it otherwise. So the flow state is a state of being completely present in the now and able to just focus and flow on whatever it is that you feel inspired to do. Finally, it peaks in enthusiasm, which literally means God in you, and describes a state in which we feel genuinely inspired by some worthy purpose that serves the highest good of awakening yourself and others to an awareness of your and their true, grateful, joyful, and enthusiastic nature. So just to refer back, the last couple of days we looked at the hero's journey again. This is what Joseph Campbell, who formulated the hero's journey monomyth, based on his research into many different religions, philosophies, and spiritual paths, he called it following your bliss. So the state of joy, he called bliss, and he said you're going to follow your bliss. In other words, you're going to follow what this voice is guiding you to do. Okay, so brings us to today's live session. Any questions or comments about any of that teaching, Elaine?
No, all good.
All right, so let's have a look at today's lesson. You can read that in the original and the alternative, and then we'll go into the text.
It can be but my gratitude I earn. I can only earn my own gratitude.
Oh, it can be but my gratitude I earn. I can only earn my own gratitude. What an interesting lesson today. So let's see what he has to say about it. So start the recording. Okay, so this is lesson 197. We're on to nearly a double century of lessons. It can be but my gratitude I earn, or I can only earn my own gratitude, is our translation of that. So let's see what Yeshua has to say about it. So if you can read the first paragraph. What's going on? Just God's gift. So God will become pure formless awareness of perfect love, or usually with God's, we translate that into perfect loves. Gifts, because pure formless awareness of perfect loves is a bit long-winded. So perfect loves, gifts. So that's all we are going to translate in this one. Okay, so read it in the alternative then. Finally.
Here is the second step I take to free my mind from the belief in outside force pitted against my own. I make attempts at kindness and letting go, yet I turn them to attack again unless I find external gratitude and lavish thanks. My gifts must be received with honor, otherwise I withdraw them. And so I think perfect love's gifts are loans at best, at worst, deceptions that would cheat me of defenses to ensure that when it strikes, it will not fail to kill.
So what's he saying here in summary?
Well, while we're in the separate self, we can't rely on perfect love's gifts because it could strike us down and cheat us and will kill us. Yeah.
Well, we think. You see, the
So-
misconception is that the ego thinks that God is out to get you. Because remember, it believes in a fearful, wrathful, vengeful God. And so he says, so I think that perfect love's gifts are loans at best, at worst deceptions that will cheat me of defenses to ensure that when it strikes, it will not fail to kill. Which is insane, of course, but this is just the ego's thought system again, being exposed for its insanity. So we can't just accept the gifts. We think that there's some kind of, can't be as good as this. You know, the egos, it can never trust. So it's like, no, this can't be all good. And that there's this power really that just wants to bless me and heal me and do only good. The ego says, no, it's going to come and get me. It's giving me a deceptive loan. What's the catch here? It's giving me a gift, but it's going to come and it's going to take it away from me. And it's going to try and ultimately kill me. This is all its own delusion. Okay, so anything else?
No, that's
clear
good.
in paragraph 1?
Yeah, that's good.
And I think, the other point, my gifts must be received with honor, otherwise I withdraw them. So it's saying you want lavish thanks. Turn them to attack unless I find external gratitude and lavish thanks. So someone might say, well, okay, I'll try and be kind. And then instead of just being kind and giving and not really worrying about anyone saying thank you, you're expecting, external gratitude and lavish thanks. And then when it doesn't come, you feel disappointed and then you withdraw the gift because you didn't get the acknowledgement that you wanted. And if that's the case, what he's saying is you think that these gifts of perfect love are just loans. And at worst, deceptions, self-deceptions. It will cheat me of defenses to ensure that when it strikes, it will not fail to kill. So remember the ego's thought system of sin and guilt. Is still very much there. As long as you play these kinds of games. So if you give generously and freely, and you don't expect any thanks, you do it because it's the right thing to do. And if someone doesn't acknowledge it, it doesn't matter because you did the right thing. And you know in your heart that this is the right thing. So do you need external kudos for that? No. Because you know that your reward comes from God. The reward is actually there already, and it can't be taken away. I think that's the key point. When you start to learn to trust the Spirit, you say, that reward of this eternal love and peace and joy is always there. It can't really ever be taken away, so I can't lose it. And then you become much more secure about it. Like, well, it's always there. I can't lose it. So what am I stressing about? If it temporarily seems to, get covered over, I'm one breath away from it. I'll just go back to it and correct my mind. And with the help of these practices, that he's asking us to do in the lesson. You can do that quite easily. Okay, does it make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, so move on to number 2. And like only translation, the guide is and becomes pure formless awareness of perfect love, and looks like salvation needs to be translated as well into awakening. Yeah. So read number 2 in the alternative, please.
How easily are pure formless awareness of perfect love and guilt confused by those who do not know what their thoughts can do. When I deny my strength, weakness must become freedom to me. If I perceive myself as bound, bars become my home. Nor will I leave the prison or claim my true strength until I do not perceive that guilt is freedom, and freedom and awakening are perceived as joined, with strength beside them, to be sought, found, claimed, and fully recognized.
I think we just need a bit of adjustment too. Guilt and salvation are not seen as one. So until know what their thoughts can do. When I deny my strength, weakness must become freedom to me. If I perceive myself as bound, bars become my home. Nor will I leave the prison or claim my true things until I do not perceive that guilt is freedom. And freedom and awakening. And do perceive freedom and awakening. Is joined. Strength beside them. To be sought, found, claimed, and fully recognized. Okay, so what's he saying here?
Well, it's the confusion between pure formless awareness of perfect love get confused with guilt, and confused by those who do not know what their thoughts can do. And when we deny our strength, weakness must become our freedom to us. So
everything gets turned upside down, doesn't it? So now I look to, we're all looking for salvation, some kind of, way to improve our lives and deal with the inevitable pain and suffering in this world. But if you go with the ego and its thought system, then you think that your weakness is actually your freedom. So your weakness might show up as, well, I'm attached to material stuff, material possessions, money, and so then I think that by getting more money and pursuing that path, that's going to make me happy. And so my weakness, which is my attachment to the material world, actually becomes my strength. Seemingly becomes my strength. And what is true strength, which is letting go of attachment to the physical world, that is perceived as a weakness. Oh, that's dropping out, and you're a loser, and you're not going for your goals, and you're not making stuff happen. And the ego is very good at trying to convince you that its position is correct and the Holy Spirit's is not. You notice that? Trying always to convince you of that fact. Okay, so anything else to share on number 2?
I think that's, quite clear. Because not just be material, just anything that we go for in the form.
Yeah, weakness must become freedom to me. So another good example would be a special relationship.
Yeah.
Like I'll find my freedom in a special relationship. It's actually my weakness, but the ego tells me it's my strength. You know, when I meet Mr. or Mrs. Right, then it's all going to be okay, and that's going to make me feel better. And that's, that's a stronger position. I'll be in a better position. But actually, you've weakened yourself because you've believed in an illusion. You've identified with your own special self, and the other person's special self. Specialness is has been increased in your mind, not let go of. And so specialness is weakness. Specialness leads to guilt and fear and sin, attack thoughts, and suffering and sickness and death. You can't say that any of that is strong, can you?
No.
But the ego tells you in the moment that, this is strength and this is a good idea. Follow me, it says, because you'll find the way through me, through this system of weakness. And Yeshua's just training us to see through the deception. Say, no, weakness can never be strength. Strength is strength because it's true, and weakness is an illusion. Weakness needs to be let go of, seen for what it is, and released. And that's the only way out of it, out of this dilemma, which thought system to follow. Okay.
Yeah, good.
All good. So move on to number 3 then. Not much to translate there, so go straight to the alternative. The world must thank me.
The world must thank me when I offer it release from my illusions. Yet my thanks belong to me as well, for its release can only mirror mine. My gratitude is all my gifts require, so that they become a lasting offering of a thankful heart, released from victimhood and suffering forever. Is it this I would undo by taking back my gifts because they are not honored? It is I who honor them and give them fitting thanks, for it is I who have received the gifts.
Yeah, so what's he saying there?
Well, the world will thank me when I offer release from my illusions. So once I'm aware of this, so its release can mirror mine to the world. My gratitude is all my gifts require. So just gratitude and releasing us from victimhood and suffering. So is this much to give up, really? Why are we waiting?
Yeah, indeed. This is what I do by taking back my gifts because they were not honored. So he's saying, do the right thing and be loving and kind. And if someone doesn't acknowledge it and you don't get lavish thanks and praise, it doesn't matter. You do it anyway because it's the right thing to do. Because your gifts are coming from God, they're eternal. So you don't need, any external gratification, external kudos for something that you've done. It's just, it's the right thing to do. Okay, so anything else on number 3? Happy with that?
Good.
Number 4. Does not matter if another thinks my gift's unworthy.
It does not matter if another thinks my gifts unworthy. In their mind, there is a part that joins with mine in thanking me. It does not matter if my gifts seem lost and ineffectual. They are received where they are given. In my gratitude, they are accepted universally and thankfully acknowledged by the heart of perfect love itself. And do I really want to take them back when it was gratefully accepted, when it was gratefully accepted them?
When it's gratefully accepted.
Oh, when it has gratefully
So the
accepted
heart of
them.
perfect love, which is God, has gratefully accepted them. So you give it. What he's really trying to say is, you give the love, you give love and gratitude to your brothers. You may not get lavish thanks, like, oh, that person wasn't particularly grateful, I didn't get really acknowledged, and so then the ego will say, well, withdraw them. Oh well, they weren't grateful, so I'm not going to do that again. He's saying, give them anyway. Do I really want to take them back when the heart of perfect love, pure formless awareness of perfect love, has accepted them? And he's glad. No, you don't want to do that. I really want to take them back when it is greatly accepted them. No, I don't. So, any other thoughts on that?
No, that's clear, thank you.
Okay, so number 5. God blesses every gift. Perhaps read this in the original, it's a bit of a translation. So read the original and then the alternative. Line by line, sentence by sentence.
God blesses every gift you give to him, and every gift is given him because it can be given only to yourself. And what belongs to God must be his own. Yet you will never realize his gifts are sure, eternal, changeless, limitless, forever giving out, extending love, and adding to your ever never-ending joy while you forgive, but to attack again.
Read the alternative.
Yeah, it needs to be lifted up just a touch. Yeah. Pure formless awareness of perfect love blesses every gift I give to it, and every gift is given to it because it can be given only to myself. And what belongs to pure formless awareness of perfect love must be its own. Yet I will never realize its gifts are sure, eternal, changeless, limitless, forever giving out, extending love, and adding to my never-ending joy while I let go only to attack again.
Okay, so what's the
It's
what's
just
he
about
saying here?
Being in pure formless awareness of perfect love blesses every gift I give to it. So the gift that I give to it would be love and unconditional love to all my companions. I suppose that's what that means. And then once you've done that, it can then only go to my true self, capital S,
Mm.
and then what belongs to pure formless awareness must be its own. So, but we don't realize that its gifts are sure, eternal, changeless, limitless, and forever giving out. So it's never-ending joy. But while we're not letting go, the separate self will keep coming in and attacking it.
Yeah. And he's saying again, he's warning us against all the ego's devices. So the one device was, well, you give and then you're loving and kind, and then no one really acknowledges it, so you stop because you didn't get the acknowledgement that you wanted. And so then you sabotage your giving, and in that way you cut yourself off from pure formless awareness of perfect love. And this is another one. I never realized it's gifts. If I'm every gift I give to it, every gift is given to it because it can be given only to myself. So what belongs to pure formless awareness of perfect love must be its own, but I will not realize that if I let go only to attack again. This is the sort of next ego trick. Okay, so I'm forgiving, but then actually I go back on it and I start attacking again in my mind. And you'll find initially, when you start this journey, that's often what happens. You might be able to let it go and say, okay, yeah, I can let it go. And then this situation comes up again, maybe same person, and you find yourself attacking them again in your mind. And this is what he's warning us against. Don't do that. Letting go must be complete, and you must stay in that state of peace that it brings. Otherwise, you go back into the ego. Your letting go is as though it never happened. You see how it works. The ego denies the spirit entirely. So you go back into ego and you start attacking again. Well, that's now your new reality. You're now back in the ego's thought system of sin, guilt, fear, and attack. And it's as if you never let go, because in the moment you're attacking again. And the ego's system is very much active and working in your mind. That makes sense?
It does.
So another little trick to avoid is saying, let go and stay there. Just keep letting go. And if the ego wants to make you attack again, you have to remind yourself, no, there's no point in this, because all attack is self-attack. I'm just attacking myself again, and I'm done with that. That's an insane thing to do. With these principles, the other day we did can be but myself I crucify yesterday. This teaches us, okay, all attack is self-attack. That's exactly what he's saying. It can only be myself I'm crucifying because I'm attacking myself. Okay, but I don't have to. I can let that go. Just be all right, no matter what happens. Which is what he's saying here. Let go and stay in that state that letting go produces, which is happy and peaceful and loving. And don't backslide and go back into the attack, because then you undo all of the forgiveness you've done. Okay. So where are we? Number 6. Let go only to attack again. I withdraw the gifts I give, and God will be perfect love. So reading the alternative.
If I withdraw the gifts I give, I will think that what is given me has been withdrawn. But unless I learn to let go of the sins I think I perceive outside myself, I can only think the gifts of perfect love are lent for a little while before it snatches them away again in death. For death will have no meaning to me then.
So what's he saying? Yeah.
So well, if we withdraw the gifts I give, I will think that what is given me has been withdrawn. Unless I learn to let go of the sins. So we don't
If I withdraw the gifts I give, then I will think that what is given me by my source has been withdrawn, because that's what I'm believing in.
Oh,
so
see,
it's the idea of the flow. As you give, you receive. So if I give freely, then I'm opening my mind to the flow of life, and I'm saying yes. I'm because I'm giving freely, I'm receiving. I can't give freely unless I'm not receiving. That's why giving and receiving are one. So by the giving, I'm acknowledging that I'm receiving the gifts from my source, which is why I can give them. If I withdraw the gifts and I say, no, I don't want to give anymore, I'm really saying that I'm not receiving the gifts anymore. And so I'm blocking that flow coming from source. That's, when I'm giving and extending, it's able to flow through me. And as soon as I block that and I contract, it can't. It's not flowing through you anymore. So really, what you do then is you cut yourself off from your source.
Yeah.
Like a river analogy. The river running down to the sea, and there's it's just permanent. The source of the river is just feeding it, and the river's never in doubt. There's always more. But if you block the flow, let's say you put some kind of a dam wall there, and you start blocking the flow, then the river gets cut off, and it cannot flow outwards anymore. So if you block the outward flow of it, let's say you dam the river up on the one side, the side flowing to the sea, then you're really saying that you're doubting the source. There's not enough abundance to come. So therefore you have to, save this precious resource. Obviously we're talking in the metaphysical domain now, but the principle still applies. So it's what's going on within you. If you say I don't have enough to give, what are you? The message you're giving to your mind is I don't have these gifts. I'm not connected to my source, so I don't have these abundant gifts. So therefore, I'm in a state of scarcity. If I'm in a state of scarcity, I can't give freely and generously. And so then in your own mind, you put yourself into a state of scarcity and loss, which is not a clever thing to do. Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
So just keep giving to receive. And that's one of the major lessons of this course. As you give, you receive. Because it keeps that flow of the source energy going. It's coming through you. If it's streaming through you and you're radiating it out, you must have it to give. And so then, the source just streams through you. And the more you give it, the more there is to give, because it's an infinite supply. So you never experience a sense of lack in it. Material stuff you give away, but if you're connected to source, you know that the material stuff's not important, and whatever you need will be given to you. If you need material stuff for your path, then that's what will come, and you trust that process. Okay, so happy to move on to number 7. I think, again, read this one. It's a bit of translation. God, Christ, Father, will, etc. Just read in the original and just do it line by line, sentence by sentence, and then one sentence, and then just go back, go down to the alternative.
And with the end of this belief is fear forever over. And with the end of this belief is fear over forever. Thank yourself for this, for he is grateful only unto God, and he gives thanks to you unto himself. I thank my true self for this, for it is grateful only to perfect love, and it gives thanks to me, to itself. To everyone who lives will Christ yet come, for everyone must live and move in him. My true self will yet come to the awareness of everyone who lives, for everyone must live and move in it. His being in his Father is secure, because their will is one. Its being is secure in its source because their will is one. Their gratitude to all they have created has no end. To gratitude remains part of love. Their gratitude to all they have extended has no end, for gratitude remains a part of love.
Our will is one. I'm going to just translate as we share one awareness. That's what it means by our will is one. Being secure in my source because we share one awareness. And gratitude to all I have extended. There's no end, for gratitude remains a part of love. Okay, so in the first person, our gratitude to all we have extended has no end, for gratitude remains a part of love. What's he saying here? Summary.
So with the end of this belief, I suppose the belief in separation is fear over forever. And we can thank our true self for this, because it's only grateful to perfect love. So our true self will come to this awareness of everyone who lives, and everyone must live and move in it. Yeah. Well, our source is just with us all, and it's one awareness. And we can feel secure in this and know it. So it's all about our gratitude to all we have extended has no end. It's again, the gratitude remains part of love. Yeah.
So all of these words, gratitude, love, peace, joy, happiness, so they point us to the one awareness. That's why just different aspects that help us in this world of separation to understand more deeply. But gratitude and love are actually one. They're one and the same. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? Gratitude, love, the connection. As I give, I receive. So you see the Holy Spirit's thought system so opposite to the ego's. It's all about gratitude, love. It's about experiencing that, receiving it from your source, and giving it to others. And in the giving of it, you experience more of it. So you don't lose, you gain by it. So as we give, we receive, and then we become filled up with this gratitude and this love. And the more we become fulfilled by it, the more we know that it, absolutely, we trust it. We know that it's there, and the more we can give it and share it, because we know that it's always there and it can never leave us. Gratitude, love, joy, peace, it's all part of they're pointers to the one thought system of the Holy Spirit that that is. It just, we have names, we have words for them in this world, but it's really one awareness that's being pointed to, and we call it by different names in this world, but it's the same singular awareness, the one awareness that we share with our souls. Does that make sense?
It does.
It's very simple, actually. This isn't not. It's not rocket science, is it? It's
no, it's not at all.
But they've been around for a long time. This idea of abundance, but he's just making it very explicit, and he's getting us to understand that as we give it, we receive it. So don't block the giving of it, because then you block your receipt of it, which is a silly thing to do. Give freely and generously, and that's not just in material stuff. I mean, maybe sometimes it gets expressed in that way, but it's in your attitude, in your actions. Your words, your actions, your attitude are primary in your relationships. Are you giving or are you taking? People will feel the difference. Okay, so we move on to number 8. And read it in the quite a bit to translate there. The Holy Son of God, God of God, etc. Read it in the original and then in the alternative, please.
Thanks be to you, the Holy Son of God, for as you were created, you contain all.
Just do it line by line. Do it in the alternative after each sentence, I think. So right. You read sentence 1 and then sentence 1 in the alternative. Yeah.
Thanks be to you, the Holy Son of God. Thanks be to me, the holy, aware extension of perfect love.
We'll make that innocent. I like innocent. The innocent extension of perfect love. And that's really, I think, holy. That's you can translate it in a couple of ways, but pure is one translation, or innocent. Pure, and really, to be pure means you're innocent. So innocent extension of perfect love. And
where am I? Number 3?
No, number 2. For as you were created, you contain things.
For as you were created, you contain all things within yourself. For as I was extended, I contain all things within myself. And you are still as God created you, and I am still as pure formless awareness of perfect love extended me. Nor can you dim the light of your perfection. nor can I dim my pure formless awareness of my perfection. In your heart, the heart of God is laid. The heart of perfect love is laid in my heart. He who holds you dear because you are himself, it holds me dear because I am itself.
It changes. I would say I feel the heart of perfect love. I feel the heart of perfect love in my heart.
Mhm.
Holds me dear because I am itself.
Yeah, it holds me dear because I am itself. And all gratitude belongs to you because of what you are. All gratitude belongs to me because of what I am.
Instead of it holds me dear because it knows I'm worthy because I am itself. All gratitude belongs to me because of what I am. Okay, so what's he saying here in summary?
Um, well, just to recognize that we are the innocent extension of perfect love. And once we recognize this, and we're worthy, and the gifts of love are mine, and all gratitude belongs to me because of what I am. Just recognizing our perfection and feel it in our heart. And
it can be only mean my own gratitude I earn. So I realize that I am this presence. I am that I am, and I have I'm very grateful for that. That I am eternal. My true self, my true worth is not in question. Its foundation, it just is. Okay. Any thoughts on that?
No, that's very clear.
Yeah. So, okay, and just read the original and then the translation. Give thanks as you receive it.
Give thanks as you receive it. I give thanks as I receive it. Be you free of all ingratitude to anyone who makes yourself complete. I am free of all ingratitude to anyone who makes myself complete. And when from the self is no one left outside, and from this self no one is left outside. Give thanks for all the countless channels which extend this self. I give thanks for all. I need to lift that up a bit there, that page.
Mm-hmm.
I give thanks for all the countless channels which extend the self. Oh, now I can't see the original.
Yeah.
And All that you do is given unto him. All that I do is given unto it. All that you think can only be his thoughts, sharing with him the holy thoughts of God. I earn the gratitude I denied myself when I forgot the function of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
You skipped number 6, man.
Oh, I can
Like
only
96.
think its thoughts, sharing with it the wholly aware thoughts of perfect love. All that I think, so earn now the gratitude you have denied yourself when you forgot the function of God has given you. I earn the gratitude I denied myself when I forgot the function of pure formless awareness of perfect love has given me now. But never think that he has ever ceased to offer thanks to you. But I never think it has ever ceased to offer thanks to me.
Okay, so what's he saying in this one?
Well, as we give, we can receive. It's back to they go together, giving and receiving. And we're free of all ingratitude to anyone who makes myself complete. And from the self, nobody's left out. And we give thanks to all the countless channels which extend this self, which is coming from the Holy Spirit, I suppose. I give thanks to all the countless channels. So throughout the day, there's channels there that are to be opened, but we just don't recognize it, do we? Yeah. And I earn the gratitude I denied myself. So, I earn the deny myself. When we're forgetting the pure formless awareness of perfect love, we deny our self, which was given to us right now. But I've never think that it was ever ceased to offer thanks to me in every moment, each and every moment.
So it's giving to me continuously. I'm never separate from the source. It offers thanks to me because I'm its extension. Simple. I'm its own true awareness, and so it gives that awareness to me, and that we call giving thanks. It's giving us our awareness. It's giving us life. It's giving us happiness, peace, joy, gratitude. It's never stopped giving to us in thanks for who we really are, which is one with itself. So it blesses us because we're a part of it, and it only knows blessing. It only knows about love and peace and joy. So it can only do that. So our job is to identify with it. So identify with this and this alone. Any other idea must be banished from my mind. Because if I keep that other idea going, I split my mind and I maintain this illusion of separation. And that there is no salvation from it. So again, very simple, straightforward, but to just accept it and live it. This is what we've got to learn. That's why we practice and remind ourselves. because it's very easy to forget that this is all given to us. We're not in any way lacking. We never without this divine presence, no matter what's happening on the level of form. It's always there for us if we simply accept it. Okay. So, any other thoughts on that?
No, that's all good.
Have we done number 9? Give thanks as you receive it.
Yes.
Oh, we're just on number 9, yeah. And the gratitude I denied myself, but anything has ever ceased to offer thanks to me. Okay, and then the summary. Just read that. To recap, just pause it after each paragraph and just reflect on it. Say, what's struck you in that paragraph. It's a nice way of kind of summarizing and recapping.
The lesson outlines the steps I take to free my mind from the belief that outside forces are pitted against my own, and underscores the importance of gratitude and letting go. I have a tendency to confuse the gifts of pure formless awareness of perfect love with guilt and weakness, leading to perception of myself as bound and imprisoned. Releasing the world from my illusion requires my gratitude. As the world mirrors my own. Releasing the world from my illusions requires my gratitude. As the world's release mirrors my own. The value of my gifts does not depend on external validation, as they are received where they are given and acknowledged by the heart of perfect love itself.
Just pause it there. I think that's one of the key points he's made. Don't withdraw your gifts to others because you didn't get lavish gratitude and thanks. I don't need external validation. I give it because it's the right thing to do. And as I give, I receive, and those gifts are given to me internally, whether the person acknowledges what I've done or not. I feel connected to my source. I feel like I've done the right thing, and I receive the blessing internally. So do I really need external kudos and validation? No, I don't. I'll do it anyway, irrespective. It's that idea of the anonymous donor, isn't it? It's like, so I'll just donate anonymously because I don't need kudos. I don't need to be recognized. Whereas the ego might do that. There's many philanthropists who will give, but they want their name on the building. They build a school or hospital or something, so now it's got to be called the, or whatever my name is, the Joe Bloggs school or the hospital, because they want the kudos. So, are they doing it out of generosity, or they're doing it because they want to be perceived now as a philanthropist?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, if I've really made the money, and I don't want to be perceived as a gold digging capitalist anymore. I want to elevate myself and see, so yes, I'll give, but I still want the kudos for that. So now, I'll give, but actually, really, I'm still wanting the external validation. People must acknowledge that I'm now the great philanthropist, and I want my name on the building, and so on, which isn't what Yeshua is saying. Saying, you give just because of the act of giving makes you feel good. It connects you with your source, and that's what it's really about. And that's why you do it, because it's the correct thing to do. You then are receiving and giving this loving energy, this loving awareness, which is your only function here. And external validation in the face of that is meaningless. It doesn't matter because it's all internal. It's correct. So again, it's inside out. Where's your focus? Is it on the outside, the external quadrants, or the internal quadrants? It's instrument for peace. I'll show you. Principal model again. So you might be a philanthropist, but if your mindset is still set in the exterior, well, then you're going to look for the external validation, and people must lavish praise and thank you, and you need the kudos. And actually, that's probably not that satisfying, because is it ever enough? You go, oh, I didn't quite get thanked enough for what I did. Whereas if it's internal, doesn't matter. It's like, well, whether I got external kudos or not, I did it because it felt right, and I feel that blessing from my source, and that's all internally experienced. So I don't need anyone external to validate that for me. Okay, so where are we? Gifts I give to pure formless awareness are ultimately given to myself. And read that.
The gifts I give to pure formless awareness of perfect love are ultimately given to myself, and their eternal, changeless, and limitless nature becomes apparent only when I let go of my urge to attack. If I withdraw my gifts, I will inevitably perceive that what is given to me has been withdrawn. Whereas letting go of my perceived sins will lead me to the realization that the gifts of perfect love are not temporary.
So what's he saying there?
The gifts are given to pure formless awareness, which are ultimately given to the true self and the eternal, chainless, limitless nature. But it only happens when I let go of my urge to attack. So when we withdraw our gifts, then we're still stuck in the separate self and suffering. And so whereas letting go of my perceived sins will lead me to the realization that the gifts of the perfect love are not temporary. So we just need to get that confidence and choose again in this one moment.
Realize we're giving always to ourselves. Just as this is the flip side of the equation. Yesterday we said, well, I'm only crucifying myself. Can be but myself I crucify. Was the last time. Today it can only be my gratitude I earn. So yesterday was the negative side of the equation. Okay, I'm only crucifying myself. All attack is self-attack. Now he's saying, well, the same law applies. I'm only ever giving to myself and blessing myself as well. It's all given to me. So why would I withhold the giving and the blessings only because I'm giving to myself? It just doesn't always seem that way, because we've got hijacked. The ego's taught us that the external world is real, and when you give in the external world, you lose. That's what it's taught us. So you give something away, you don't have it anymore. But if your focus is on the correct quadrant, individual interior, then the more you give, the more you receive, because you feel expanded. You feel more loving, more connected to the other person, to your source. So you gained by the giving, not even if it's something material that you gave, which isn't always the case, because you can give just by a kind word. You can give in your actions, service, and so on. But even if you did give something here, it's not important. The seeming loss of that is insignificant compared with the feeling that you experience. And so you start learning to honor this domain is primary. Okay, so what feeling do I get? What feeling is this going to give me? But then you would just give continuously. You're like, well, because I feel better when I give. I feel expanded. And then the ego says, well, if you do that, you're not going to have anything for yourself. The spirit says, no, you'll have everything. And from that state, if you raise your vibrational frequency up, let's say you start really giving, letting go of the belief in scarcity, you raise yourself up into a higher frequency. And at that level, other thing, much more expanded and expansive things happen because you've just raised your level. So then the matching for that frequency in the objective world looks more abundant potentially. So more of what you need in life can come to you because you're in an expanded state. So it's totally blows away the scarcity paradigm, saying whatever you truly need will be given to you. It doesn't mean you'll just have loads of money necessarily and be a billionaire, and it's not about the material side of it. It's about whatever you need will be given to play your part in the abundance. And that's abundance, isn't it? Whatever I need, it's there, it's given, there's a sense of abundance there. And if I don't need it, then I don't need it. So there's no bother. I don't need to acquire a whole lot of stuff I don't need. You see some of these super wealthy people. I remember watching a program about a billionaire in Turkey. And the guy had like 20 cars, some of them the same. And he's proudly showing off all his cars and go, yeah, well, I'm keeping the whole economy of England going because I've bought so many Rolls Royces. And you just go, what a waste. Like, who cares? So you got 20 cars, and so you probably, you probably don't drive them. It just sits in your driveway and you can then show off to people and say, well, look how many cars I have. Surely, you could do something better with the money. Maybe there's some poor kids who need an education, or maybe you could build a school or a hospital. Surely you could do better things than buy multiple versions of the same car, like 20 Rolls Royces but this is how the mind works. It just doesn't. If more is your thing, which obviously it was for him, then you've got to get more. So one Rolls Royce won't do. I've got to get more because I've got the money. So I've got to show that I'm bigger, more expanded. And I keep the whole economy of England going. Well, he's delusional. The economy of England is worth a lot more than a few £100 million of whatever he spent on cars. But you see the delusion. That's all, seeking something in the external, and that's never going to be very, very satisfying. No. And you're never going to find any kind of spiritual growth and nourishment from a car because it's a material object. Whereas if he'd said, okay, I've got all this excess money, rather than buying a whole lot of cars, I need one or two cars. Really, how many cars do you need? One person, and I don't think he had a family. He just had a whole lot of women around. So okay, maybe he needs a couple of cars. But why don't I start a foundation and I give my excess money to the foundation, and I do social upliftment projects with that money. And then, when he saw the joy on let's say it's kids or people in need, and he goes and he sees how his money's helped, that would have given him a lot more joy than seeing, a whole lot of material objects, which are not even being driven, and no doubt are costing money because you've got to insure them and all of that, sitting in his driveway. But it's a change in focus. You got to shift internally, and of course, if he's in that frame of mind of seeking the material blessings because he's a billionaire and that's what he's dedicated his mind to, then he's really focused on the exterior. That's why he's gone and tried to make a lot of money, because it's all about the external for him. If he'd been inner focused, he probably would have gone, well, why am I bothering? I don't need all this money. I don't need billions. I'm quite happy just having a reasonably comfortable life and maybe having more time to go within and focus on my spiritual practice and things that are more worthy pursuits. So you see how this plays out in the world, and these extremes. This is an extreme example I'm giving you: the billionaire and he's bought 20 Rolls Royces, but it's just demonstrative of a thought system, which then we can either buy into that, and we say, no, I don't. This is not what I want. All right, where are we? End of the belief in outside force results in the end of fear. I think we were there, were we? Did we read? Gifts I give to pure formless awareness of perfect love, ultimately given to myself. We read that, yeah?
Yeah.
End of the belief in outside forces.
The end of belief in outside forces results in the end of fear. It encourages gratitude towards my true self, which is an extension of perfect love, and underlines the interconnectedness of all beings. It states that all I do and think is given to and shared with pure formless awareness of perfect love, and that acknowledging this connection will help me regain the gratitude I denied myself when I forgot my true function. And for this, pure formless awareness of perfect love continuously offers thanks to me.
Okay, what's he saying here?
Well, it's about the outside forces and the end of belief in it results in the end of fear. So then this encourages gratitude towards our true self, which is the extension of perfect love, and emphasizes the oneness between all beings. So the lesson stating that all we do and think is given to and shared with pure formless awareness of perfect love. And so it acknowledges the connection to help us regain the gratitude we denied ourselves when we forgot our true function.
So I'm always giving to myself. That's the lesson.
Yeah.
I'm always attacking myself, and I'm always giving to myself. So which do I choose to do? If I want to attack myself, that's insane, and I'm going to suffer. If I give to myself and I bless myself, then I experience the blessings I've given. And I feel connected to my true self, which is only blessing and beneficent. Very, very simple. This is not difficult stuff, really. Shouldn't be. We just have to overcome the, insanity of the ego that tells us that attack is, the right way. Attacking ourselves is going to bring anything. It's going to do something, constructive. But evidently it's not. So rather let's, let go of attack. Let's bless myself by blessing others. So the way we do this typically in the world is we extend to others. We extend the blessings we feel to others. The more we bless them and we give and we share, the better we feel. And we feel those blessings flowing to us. And in that blessed state, we find happiness, we find a base peace, we find happiness, we find joy, which is the happy dream, and that's what this course is training us to experience. Okay, and then the last one, Elaine, if you can read that. Moments of perfect love accompanies me on my journey home.
The remembrance of perfect love accompanies me on my journey home to help me overcome fear and attain the pure peace of perfect love. The key idea of this lesson that I only crucify myself is kind and helpful as it can lead to my release and freedom. My awakening comes from within me as I let go of the belief in separation and accept my true self.
So what's he saying in that final paragraph?
Well, the key idea of the lesson is that we only crucify ourselves, and our remembrance of perfect love can lead us to the release and freedom. And my awakening comes from within.
I'm just wondering if that's that might be from the previous lesson.
Oh.
I think it's the previous lesson. Apologies, because that was the key idea of the previous lesson, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a e-message. So if you read that.
The lesson emphasizes the importance of gratitude and letting go to release myself and the world from illusions. Arguing that value of my gifts does not depend on external validation. I am connected to all sentient beings and encourages me to be grateful towards my true self and pure formless awareness of perfect love, ultimately leading to my realization of the eternal, changeless and limitless nature of perfect love's gifts and the end of fear.
A nice overall summary. When I'm grateful to others, I'm grateful to myself. And when I'm grateful to myself, I can't help but be grateful for the eternal, changeless, and limitless nature of these gifts. Eternal love, peace, joy, bliss. These are the gifts of God, which end fear. And the more I'm grateful, the more I acknowledge them, the more I experience them. This is salvation. This is at-one-ment. This is the way out of this dream of suffering and sickness and death. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments, questions on this one? Shall we
all good.
Do a meditation on it?
Yeah.
All right. So sorry, you can meditate without being disturbed. Okay, so this is a meditation on today's lesson, 197. Just going to go through the executive summary of it. So close your eyes, sitting comfortably, feet shoulder width apart. Keep your back straight. Cup your hands in your lap. Close your eyes and start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So you're breathing in, notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clench the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Draw the energy up your spine. into your heart center. Put one hand on your heart to connect with your heart space. And draw it up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. So it's a maximal inhale breath. Smile, scan your mind. Notice any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. So just look at that. And breathe into that. Nice deep breath in. Through the nose. Maximal inhale breath. Remind yourself that I can only earn my own gratitude in this situation. So I give thanks for everything I have, for the blessings I have. And I cannot believe that any negativity is true or real. So I exhale, just blow that away, whatever the negative thought and emotion was. Fear in any form, attack thoughts, guilt, sin, sadness, depression, anger in any form, which can involve frustration, irritation, resentment, grievance, and so on. You just blow it away, you let it all go. Breeze of your breath, going, gone. Follow stomach into the spine. Just rest here for a few moments in this deep peace and stillness. And now you're going to listen to these words from Personalized Executive Summary of this lesson in our alternative language, translated terms, and you're welcome to say these words as affirmations. I encourage you to try that because it makes the words more powerful, makes them more real, more impactful in your mind when you speak them. This is how manifestation in this world works. You speak something, it starts to become much more real than if it's just in your thoughts. And then if you act on it, it's the ultimate form of affirmation. So repeated action is repeated affirmation, and then no wonder things manifest from that. So breathing in through the nose again, there's the stomach rising and the chest rising. Subtle flow of air in through your nostrils. Squeeze the sphincter muscle. It's the muscle used to contract the flow of urine or squeeze the last drops out. You lock the energy in. Draw the energy up the spine into your heart center. Putting one hand on the heart to connect with your heart space. You pause the top of each inhale as you listen to me read these words, and then when I'm quiet and I pause, you speak them slowly, surely, out loud, ideally, to yourself. So they become affirmations of these profound truths. And as you do that, you exhale through your nose. So it's an inhale. As I speak, you pause. As I'm speaking, you hold the breath briefly if you need to, and then exhale. When I pause, you exhale out through your nose and you speak. So let's try that. So start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. Feel like that's warm wave of energy rising up. Spine, one hand in your heart, energy in your heart center. And listen to these words. So the lesson outlines the steps I take to free my mind from the belief that outside forces are pitted against my own. When you exhale, slide out through your nose. And so the lesson outlines the steps I take to free my mind from the belief that outside forces are pitted against my own. Breathe in again. And underscores. Emphasize might be a better word than that. Emphasizes the importance of gratitude and letting go. Emphasizes the importance of gratitude and letting go as you exhale. Breathe in again. Through the nose. I have a tendency to confuse the gifts of perfect love with guilt and weakness. As you exhale, repeat those words. I have a tendency to confuse the gifts of perfect love with guilt and weakness. Breathing in again, leading to a perception of myself as bound and imprisoned. To a perception of myself as bound and imprisoned. Breathing in again through the nose. Clench the sphincter muscle to squeeze the energy in, lock it in, draw it up into your heart center, up into the crown of your head, pause. So releasing the world from my illusions requires my gratitude. As the world's release mirrors my own. And exhale as you repeat those words. Releasing the world from my illusions requires my gratitude. As the world's release mirrors my own. And you exhale. Breathing in again. Clench the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in, draw it up. Spine into your heart center and up into the crown of your head. The value of my gifts does not depend on external validation. So repeat those words. The value of my gifts does not depend on external validation. Breathing in again. Clench the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in. As these gifts are received where they are given, and acknowledged by the heart of perfect love itself. So these gifts are freely given. Another world, another dimension comes through in this one. By the heart of perfect love itself, pure formless awareness of perfect love itself. So feel it in your heart. Really, this is something you can feel. You breathe in, you feel this loving awareness in your heart center. And you can feel the gifts. And breathing in again, the gifts I give to pure formless awareness of perfect love are ultimately given to myself. Maximal inhale breath as you do that. Clench the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. And then you exhale as you repeat those words out through the nose. Gifts I give to pure formless awareness of perfect love are ultimately given to myself, capital Self. Breathing in, maximal inhale breath, squeeze sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Feel it drawing up the spine into your stomach, your heart center, on up into the crown of your head. Keep one hand in your heart to connect with your heart space. And listen, their eternal, changeless, and limitless nature becomes apparent only when I let go of my urge to attack. So say that their eternal, changeless, and limitless nature becomes apparent only when I let go of my urge to attack. Breathing in again. Maximal inhale breath again. Clench the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in. Feel the energy drawing up to your heart center, and there's a warm wave of energy rising up into the crown of your head. Pause. So if I withdraw my gifts, I will inevitably perceive that what is given to me has been withdrawn. Speak those words as you exhale. So, breathing in again. Whereas letting go of my perceived sins will lead me to the realization that the gifts of perfect love are not temporary. And letting go of my perceived sins will lead me to the realization that the gifts of perfect love are eternal, shall we say, rather than temporary, not temporary. So speak those words. Exhale. Breathing in again. The end of the belief in outside forces results in the end of fear. I don't believe there's any outside force inside of me. Why would I fear? Breathing in. And exhale as you repeat those words. End of the belief in outside forces results in the end of fear. End of my belief, shall we say. It's in the end of my fear. This encourages gratitude towards my true self. Which is an extension of perfect love. And it emphasizes the interconnectedness of all beings. Breathing in again. The lesson states that all I do and think is given to and shared with pure formless awareness of perfect love. And that acknowledging this connection will help me regain the gratitude I denied myself when I forgot my true function. The lesson states that all I do and think is given to and shared with pure formless awareness of perfect love. I'm always giving to that source and receiving from it. Acknowledging this connection will help me regain the gratitude I denied myself when I forgot my true function. For this, pure formless awareness of perfect love continuously offers thanks to me. And it gives thanks in its continuous extension of perfect love, which is my own true life, my life awareness, my loving awareness. This is given to me freely and generously by it, and I extend it. So, breathing in again. The lesson emphasizes the importance of gratitude and letting go to release myself and the world from illusions. Therefore, the value of my gifts does not depend on external validation. I don't need other people to give me that validation, because the validation is internal. I experience it directly. Breathe in again. I'm connected to all sentient beings, and I'm encouraged to be grateful. I am grateful towards my true self and pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is the very essence of all life, for this fact. This unchangeable fact. Which will ultimately lead to my realization of the eternal, changeless, and limitless nature of perfect love's gifts, and the end of fear. Amen. So it is. So be it. And so just to end the meditation, I'm going to take a lot of time just to be fully present, to integrate this profound message, to connect to your source, to experience the gifts. So there's really nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, and nothing else to think about. You just breathe, relax, you be still, and surrender into the stillness, quietness, peace of perfect love for the next few minutes of deep silence. Just observe your breath. Keep your monkey mind at bay. Just focus all your attention on the breath. And if you get distracted and thoughts come in, just use that as your anchor. You bring it back. So observing the slow, gentle movement of the breath into and out of your nostrils. One needs to. Now sinking inwards, going deeper and deeper with each breath into the still, calm, quiet, peaceful state. Experience the gratitude this lesson talks about directly for the gifts you have received, gifts of your source that are eternal love, peace and joy, and you can extend these. So you breathe in, embrace these gifts, feel them in your heart, feel them infusing every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, fiber of your being. And if there's anything that comes to disturb that, any trace of any negative thought and emotion that negates that, could be a little scrap of fear and anxiety, a bit of frustration, some anger in whatever form, irritation with someone or something. Just observe it and breathe into it. Remind yourself that it is only my own gratitude I earn, and that's what I give. I exhale. I exhale, just blow it out and breathe in my breath. Sinking deeper and deeper with each breath into the still, calm, quiet, peaceful state, surrender. And just experience these gifts wholly, perfectly, and completely for the next couple of minutes of deep, connected silence. Okay, so just gently coming back from this deep connected state into an awareness of the body and the breath, senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Just noticing that. Scan your mind, notice any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative or limiting, contracted or constricting in any way, and just remind yourself it's only your own gratitude you earn. And you earn it through your letting go. As you let it go, that gratitude arises in your own heart and mind. So let it go, blow it out, releasing it in the nothingness that it really is. And notice on the count of 2, the weight of your body, pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling, touching perhaps, notice what you're hearing. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth as you breathe in again. Notice any smell in your nose. Notice all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state. So state of pure awareness, without judgment. It's very peaceful, it's very calm, very centered. You're connected to your source. And you can stay there in this awareness of the source for the rest of the evening, rest of the session, if we're going to carry on, and the rest of your evening. So it is said, so it is done. On a count of 3, you open your eyes. So just look around for a minute or so, observing the various objects in the room around you without any judgment. Key thing is not to judge, don't name, don't label, just observe in the state of pure observation. And notice how peaceful and restful that is. So as you look at an object, focus on it for a few seconds, notice this underlying peace, this deep state of awareness is there. You can close your eyes, notice that that's still there. When you close your eyes, when you open your eyes, the same awareness is there. And look at something else, and you notice that that same awareness is still there. So what you're teaching yourself is that this awareness is always there, it's never gone away, and it's the same. It never changes because it is your true nature, your fundamental awareness. And this is all you've got to learn. It's the one lesson, that there's one awareness. It's your awareness. You and this awareness are one. So that's the Father and the Son merging into one awareness. And I hope this meditation has helped you to experience that, feel that on some level. So that brings us to the end of the meditation, the first part of the session. So, yeah, Elaine, do you want to carry on, do a bit of text?
Well, for about half an hour, I would say, because I've got a few messages and things I need to do. Is nobody, John,
Okay.
going to come in? It'd be helpful if John could come in.
I don't know.
No.
He may, you never know, but he may not. What's tonight? It's Monday, is it? Monday
Yeah.
night. Oh, yeah, no, I don't think so, because he has so he normally has band practice
Oh, okay.
on a Monday night, so he's probably at his band practice. So. Okay, so we've got a section of text which is 14 paragraphs. We're probably not going to finish that, but we'll see how we go. And you can do maybe 3 or 4 if we can.
Yeah.
So this one is, let me just recording going. Okay, so this section of the text is around section 2 of chapter 24, making good progress through the text. So this one is called the treachery of specialness, all about exactly that, how specialness is treacherous to our selves, our higher selves, and our true nature, sabotages our lives. So let's have a look, shall we, and see what Yeshua has to say about this one. So just I'll bring up document for you, share my screen. Okay, so getting it ready for you. Okay, so let me know when you can see the screen. Okay, so the treachery of specialness, section 2, chapter 24. Do you want to read it in the alternative? Not much to translate there. Comparison must be a belief in separation device. Comparison must be an ego device. So that doesn't really work too well in translation. Comparison must be a device of the belief in separation. Love makes none. Okay. And read the rest.
Comparison must be a device of the belief in separation, for love makes none. Specialness always makes comparisons. It is established by a lack seen in another and maintained by searching for and keeping clear in sight all lacks it can perceive. This does it seek, and this it looks upon, and always whom, if thus diminishes, would be your Saviour, had you not chosen to make of him a tiny measure of your specialness instead. Against the littleness you see in him, you stand as tall and stately, clean and honest, pure and unsullied, by comparison with what you see, nor do you understand it is yourself that you diminish thus.
Okay, so I haven't really done the nor do I understand. It is myself, and it's done this first person thing too well. I assume it's so diminishes would be my savior. I don't know why it hasn't. This I've not chosen to make of the other a tiny measure of your specialness instead, being my awakener. That's the littleness I perceive in them. I stand as tall and stately, clean and honest, pure and unsullied by comparison. And so, by comparison, with the littleness I perceive in the man, I stand tall and stately, clean and honest, pure and unsullied. I think it's a better sentence structure. What do I understand? It is myself that I diminish. Okay, so do you want to read that from the top in the translated? Should we go to the translations and then give a summary?
Yeah. Comparisons must be a device of the belief in separation, for love makes none. Specialness always makes comparisons. It is established by a lack seen in another and maintained by searching for and keeping clear in its perception all lacks it can perceive. This it seeks and this it perceives and always whom it so diminishes would be my awakener. Had I not chosen to make of the other tiny measure of my specialness instead, my comparisons.
And to say always my awakener is whom it so diminishes. And I'm not chosen to make of the other tiny measure of my specialness instead. Whom it so diminishes. And I'm not chosen to make of the other tiny measure of my specialness instead. Does that make sense? Always my awakener. Always it is my awakener. Is my awakener. Whom it so diminishes. Making of them a tiny measure of my specialness instead. That makes sense. So read it from number 5.
And always it is my awakener whom it so diminishes. making of them a tiny measure of my specialness instead. By comparison with the littleness I perceive in them, I stand tall and stately, clean and honest, pure and unsullied, nor do I understand it is myself that I diminish in this way.
Yeah, so what's he saying? What's he saying in this?
Well, comparison is the device of the belief in separation, whereas love makes none, and specialness always makes comparison. It establishes by lack of seeing another and maintained by searching for. Well, by comparison with the littleness I perceive in them, I stand tall and stately, clean and honest, pure and unsullied. So I don't understand it is my true self that I diminish in this way when I'm doing all these comparisons.
Yeah, because I'm weakening myself by comparing. I'm acknowledging separation by definition, aren't I? So that's a very insidious belief. Comparison, because in this world of illusion, it seems to be justified, but actually, you're just justifying separation. So, well, this person, this thing is better than this thing, and you're denying unity in that way, because in unity, there's no comparison. There's nothing to compare to. There's only oneness. So comparison must therefore be part of the belief in separation. And so I diminish my true self by doing this. I'm denying the oneness of myself. I'm denying that I'm one with others. I'm denying pure formless awareness of perfect love exists in that act of comparison with another. And I'm reinforcing the separate identity as a separate self, which is specialness, which is what he's talking about. Okay, happy with number one.
Yeah. Yes.
Pursuit of specialness.
Pursuit of specialness is always at the cost of peace. Who can attack his Saviour and cut him down, yet recognize his strong support? Who can detract from his omnipotence, omnipotence,
Yeah. Omnipotence.
Yeah, yet share his power? And who can use him as the gauge of littleness and be released from limits? You have a function in awakening. Its pursuit will bring you joy, but the pursuit of specialness must bring you pain. Here is a goal that would defeat awakening and thus run counter the will of pure formless awareness, perfect love. To value specialness is to esteem an alien will to which illusions of yourself are dearer than the truth.
Okay. So you can use them as the gauge of littleness and be released from limits. I have a function in awakening. This pursuit will bring me joy. Pursuit of specialness must bring me pain. Here's a goal. Means to defeat awakening and so run counter to your formless awareness. Perfect love. And specialness is to esteem an alien will to which illusions of myself are dearer than the truth. Oh, mm. Okay, so just read that from the top of that. Make sure we carry the whole
Pursuit of
concept.
specialness is always the cost of peace. Who can attack their saviour and cut them down, yet recognise their strong support? Who can detract from their impotence, yet share their power? Who can use them as the gauge of littleness and be released from limits? I have a function in awakening. It's a pursuit will bring me joy, but the pursuit of specialness must bring me pain. Here is a goal that aims to defeat awakening and so run counter to the pure formless awareness of perfect love. To value specialness is to value an alien will to which illusions of myself are more valuable than truth, than the truth.
So what's he saying in this one?
Well, the pursuit of specialness is always going to be the cost of peace. So we have a function in awakening, and if we pursue it, it will bring us joy. But the other specialness from the separate self will bring us pain. So here is where its aim is to prevent our awakening, and so go the opposite to pure formless awareness of perfect love. So if you're valuing specialness in any form, is to value an alien. So the illusions are more valuable than the truth.
Well, the specialness is the of the ego. It's not of God. It's something that's going to sabotage our awakening. It's going just to set us apart from our brothers. It's going to make us engage in comparisons. It's going to cut down our power. It's going to limit our power. And all in all, it's of no value. It really is of no value at all. The idea that you're a special self, which the ego cherishes. This is its most cherished possession. My precious, as Gollum would say, it's this precious, separate, special self that you've invented. It gives you your special identity apart from everyone else. It gives you your own identity. And, this is the foundation of the ego system of the world. But it's clearly telling us it's a delusion and that it's going to hurt you and deny the truth of who you really are over and over and over again. So why would you want it? Okay, any other thoughts, comments, or questions on number 2?
No, that's clear, thank you.
Okay, specialness is the idea of sin made real.
Specialness is the idea of sin made real. Sin is impossible even to imagine without this base, without this foundation.
Yeah, I'll make a foundation.
For sin arose from it out of nothingness, an evil flower with no roots at all. Here is the self-made Saviour, the Creator who extends unlike the source, and which has made its extension like to itself and not like unto it. Its specialness, it's special.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's change that. So you see what he's saying there. So saying this is the imposter. This is like the false God, the false source. It's now made the source's extension like itself. And not like its true source. So it's a denial of that source. It's an imposter. It's an alien will. It's all of those things that mean that it's really the opposite. It's the saboteur of our relationship with our source. It comes in between that, cuts it, and says, no, you're not one with your source, and you're not one with all the other extensions of the source. You are your own separate, special self. And this self-concept, the ego cherishes above all else, because that is its life and its whole existence. And if you threaten that, then you're threatening the ego's very existence, and it will try and defend itself. Which is why it tries to deny the truth of oneness over and over. Because it has to be special in order to maintain its illusory existence. Without specialness, it would simply be part of pure formless awareness of perfect love, and there would be no separate self. Okay, so number 5.
Its special extensions are many, never one, each one in exile from himself, and it of whom they are a part. Nor do they love the oneness which extended them as one with it.
Of human, so what to say, and their source, of whom they are still an integral part. Only they love the oneness which extended them as one with it, which extends them as a one with it. Yeah.
They choose their specialness instead of the state of pure formless awareness, and instead of peace, enwrapped it carefully in sin to keep it safe from truth.
Quite a profound. So they chose their specialness instead of the state of pure formless awareness and peace, and wrapped it carefully in sin to keep it safe from truth. And look at our diagram, that might be helpful. So that one, this one. Remember, the sin underpins the individuality. So individuality is specialness. Perhaps I'll add that in actually to the diagram. So individuality / specialness is the belief that we have a separate identity named, which underpins the individuality, and that's what he means by wrapped it in sin. Right? The idea that you are guilty and you're sinful, because you've destroyed God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love, comes from the idea that you really are an individual special self. You see, because if I'm an individual separate self, then I must have destroyed love, perfect love, in order to be that special self. And so what underpins my individual identity is then the sin, this original sin of claiming my identity at the expense of perfect love, and the guilt that I will forever feel for that. So that's what he means by wrapped it in sin. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. separate identity, or separate could be special identity named. Separate or special identity named. So I'll include that. Individuality is specialness, because he doesn't really use the term individuality much in the course. It's the same thing, yeah? Your individuality is your specialness. And notice individuality, interesting, it's in division and duality. So you're in this now divided state, and duality rather than oneness is your reality. And that's what individuality entails, in the division of duality. And we value that, and especially in Western culture. Oh, I'm an individual self, and I've got to self-actualize that self. This is part of the delusion of the ego, that I can become a better separate self, and more powerful, better, happier, and you can't become a better separate self. You can only let go of the illusion of a separate self and find your true self, which is not separate. That's your Christ identity, or your true self. So you got to cut away the individual self and all the components of this individual self, all the specialness that you valued, the separation, the separate identity, the wrapping of the guilt and the sin, and then the fear that comes from that, and then the projection of that fear outwards as accusation and blame and attack. You got to let all that go, to let go of the special self, and recognize only the truth that you are still just pure formless awareness, perfect love. Okay. So, any other comments? What's he saying here, Elaine, in this number 3? Can you summarize that in words? Did you read it from the top, by the way? That might be useful.
I did. It's just about.
Yeah. I mean, as a second time, just as a check. Did we do that?
Specialness is the. I've read it once.
Yeah, so just read it again just to check it, if you don't mind.
Specialness is the idea of sin made real. Sin is impossible even to imagine without this foundation, for sin arose from it, out of nothingness, an evil flower with no roots at all. Here is the self-made Saviour, the Creator who extends unlike the source, and which made its extension like itself and not like its true source. Its special extensions are many and never one, each one in exile from themselves and their source, of whom they are still an integral part. Nor do they love the oneness which extends at them. Extends them as one with it. They choose their specialness instead of the state of pure formless awareness and peace, and wrapped it carefully in sin to keep it safe from truth.
Oh, so any thoughts on that? Comments? What's he saying there in summary? Elaine, still there?
Yes.
Still there? Yeah. What's he saying in number 3?
Oh, just the specialness made real, but it's not possible. It's all imagined. It's got no foundation. It rose out of nothingness. it's self-made. It's the opposite. It's unlike the source, in which it made its extension very well, exactly like itself. Its special extensions are many. Each one in exile from the true self and their source. So they choose their specialness instead of their state of pure formless awareness and peace, and wrap it carefully in sin to keep it safe from truth. So just specialness is keeping
underpinned by sin. I think that's really one of the key points here. And it's the underpinning of special identity, individuality, with guilt and sin and all of its consequences. Guilt and sin are where the whole dream really starts to go sour. If we stopped at individuality and we're like, oh, okay, well, that's all right. There's no consequence for that, but there is. Consequence is the guilt and the sin, which then are the generator of all the other evils that the ego's invented. The fear, the attack thoughts, the hatred, the anger, jealousy, rage, and so on, all projected out to attempt to get rid of this guilt and the sin, which is so deep-seated in our psyche because we've identified with this individual self so completely that the guilt and the sin are embedded in the human psyche. And we see that. And that's why we still have all these dark illusions that we have to deal with in this world. It doesn't matter how much technology we invent. You look at any age, any historical age. Now we live in an age where there's all this so-called amazing technology, but yet all the products of sin and guilt are still there. People still get sick, they still die. There's still plenty of accusation and blame and attack. We're still fighting each other. There's still wars. There's still death. There's still disease, and on and on. So nothing's really. If you look at it honestly, nothing's really changed. All of our technology is just a futile attempt to try and make this insane dream work better. And Yeshua's saying, "Well, give it up because it's never going to work. The only thing to do is to let it go entirely and go back home to this eternal state, pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's the only sensible thing to do, because you will never find lasting peace and joy and happiness in this insane world, which is designed to deny those things. The best you can do while you're here is to let it go, reinterpret it with the Holy Spirit, which requires this mind training, which is challenging in this world. You don't want to have to come here repeatedly so that you can just repeatedly have to deny the whole world, do you? Because it's hard work. You actually just want to transcend it and go back home where there's just pure peace and joy and bliss, and you're in that state, and there's no work to do. There's nothing you need to deny. You don't need to correct your mind. There's just this pure formless awareness, perfect love and perfect bliss that you abide in forever. Okay, so that's specialness and sin. So how are you doing? You want to do another paragraph? I'm going to go to past. Elaine, you okay to carry on for a bit?
Oh, sorry, yes, I was talking there. I didn't realise I was muted. Yeah, I can do one more.
Yeah, okay. So let's just, sorry. I was busy doing it when you joined, so I'm quite finished. I don't know why it doesn't personalize it. Never mind, we'll just do that. So read in the alternative.
I am not special. If you think you are, or you shall I say I, if I think I am, and I defend my specialness against the truth of what I really am, How can I know the truth? What answer that the remembrance of perfect love gives can reach me? When it is my specialness to which I listen and which asks and answers. Its tiny answer, soundless in the melody that pours from pure formless awareness of perfect love to your eternally in loving praise of what I am, is still I listen to. Still is all I listen to. And the vast song of honor and of love for what I am seems silent and unheard before its mightiness. I strain my ears to hear its soundless voice, and yet the call of pure formless awareness of perfect love itself is soundless to me.
All of perfect love. Okay, so read that from the top. Just make sure we got the translations okay.
I am not special. If I think I am, I defend my specialness against the truth of what I really am. How can I know the truth? What answer that the remembrance of perfect love gives can reach me when it is my specialness to which I listen and which asks and answers. Its tiny answer, soundless in the melody that pours from pure formless awareness of perfect love to me eternally in loving praise of what I am, is all I listen to. And that vast song of honor and love for what I am seems silent and unheard before its mightiness. I strain my ears to hear its soundless voice, and yet the call of perfect love itself is soundless to me.
Okay, what's he saying here?
Again, back to what we feel about ourselves, and we realize we're not special. And if we do think we are, then we're going against the truth of who we really are. And so how can we know the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just tiny answers and no substance, whereas the other voice is soundless.
Mm.
And we strain to hear it because it's drowned out by our specialness.
Mm. Yeah, so we can't hear the truth because we want to hear the illusion. We want to be special, and so we listen to this crazy voice that tells us what we want to hear, and the truth is obscured and drowned out. And so the world is really just a projection of this. It's tiny answer, soundless in the melody that pours from pure formless awareness of perfect love to me, is all I listen to. So this tiny answer, it's got so magnified and projected out that the world is now this cacophony of noise and seeming conflict and strife. as a projection of this belief in specialness, and it's just drowned out the truth of pure formless awareness, which is completely covered over. And so we look outward and we see chaos. You see the laws of chaos projected out, and this world seems to be a harsh, cruel, pointless place from that perspective. And that's what it's designed to show us. It's designed by the ego to drown out the voice for perfect love and this eternal truth that it tells us. So the world is a massive distraction. The illusion of form just distracts us from the truth of who we are and tells us that this specialness, special self that we've invented, is now the truth, and that has replaced the truth of pure formless awareness of perfect love. So it's very simple, but very mind-blowing. That means that everything here that you think is true is not true, it's false. It's a cover, a veil of illusion being pulled over the truth of pure formless awareness, precisely to distract you from it and to cover it over so you'll never find it. Which is why you must let go of all of the covering, the veil of illusion, and then it reveals itself. Okay, so thoughts on number 4? Any other thoughts on number 4?
Yeah, no, it's clear on these. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How we feel about ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah, and specialness is the saboteur that let go of. Okay, so can't tempt you to stay a bit and do
It's a bit difficult because there's only one room and Dave's arrived, so he'll be preparing for his bed now. And I've got messages. I've got important messages to send.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. Evening's better for you, isn't it?
At the moment, yes. Yes.
We're tomorrow evening, starting at 6. Yeah. Does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Elaine.
Thank you. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye.
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 Bye. All right. So a few more paragraphs of this to do. I think I'll just do it on my own. So just give me a moment. Just going to redo this translation in so give me a moment. Okay, so let's get all right. So to number 5, paragraph 5, shall we? Just getting sorted with some translations. All right, so let's go back to where we left off 15 minutes ago. Number 5. Okay, so share my screen. Okay, so you can defend your specialness, I can defend my specialness, but never will I hear the voice for perfect love beside it. They speak a different language and they fall on different ears. To every special one, a different message. And one's different meaning is the truth. A different message with different meaning different message with different meaning is the truth to every special one. Everyone who identifies themselves as special. Yet how can truth be different to each one? It's one of the laws of chaos, that the truth is different for everyone. So the special messages, the special here, convince them they are different and apart, each in his special sins and safe from love, which does not see or perceive his specialness at all. A true self-vision is their enemy. Where it sees not what they would look upon, where it does not see what does not see what they look upon. And wants to show them that the specialness they think they see, think they perceive, is an illusion. So I'll read that from the top. I can defend my specialness, but never will I hear the voice for perfect love beside it. They speak a different language and they fall on different ears. A different message with different meaning is the truth to everyone who identifies themselves as special. Then how can truth be different for each one? Special message is a special here. Convince them they are different and apart, each in his special sins, and safe from love, which does not perceive their specialness at all. My true self's vision is their enemy. It does not perceive what they perceive, and it wants to show them that the specialness they think they perceive is an illusion. And what's he saying here? That specialness and the true self's vision are opposite. At odds with each other. True self's vision just overlooks all the specialness that the ego wants to make and the comparisons, and it says that the specialness is an illusion, only oneness is true. And so it's need to listen to one or the other. Special self, the separate self, and the true self or the Christ are not speaking the same language. They're at odds. So the only way out of that dilemma is to choose correctly, choose which one you want to listen to. Okay, so what would they see instead? Shining radiance, extension of perfect love. So like its source, that the memory of it springs instantly to mind. And with this memory, the extension remembers its extensions. Which are as alike to it as it is to its source. And all the world it made and the whole world. Relief and separation made. And all its specialness and all the sins by hell in its defense. As myself in its defense will vanish as my mind accepts the truth about myself. As it returns to take their place. This is the only cost of truth. I'll no longer see what never was. I'll hear what makes no sound. Was it a sacrifice to give up nothing? To receive the love of the source forever? Let me read that from the top. So what would they see instead? Shining radiance with the extension of perfect love. So like its source, that the memory of it source springs to instantly to their mind, springs to their awareness. And with this memory, the extension remembers its own extensions, which was alike to it as it is to its source. And the whole world the belief in specialness made. And all its separation, and all its specialness and all the sins I held against myself. In its defense will vanish as my mind accepts the truth about myself as it returns to take their place. This is the only, quote, cost of truth. I will no longer perceive what never was, nor hear what makes no sound. Is it a sacrifice to give up nothing and to receive the love of the source, wherever? So he's saying here that we would see this, we gave up specialness, we see this shining radiance, this innocence, free of sin, free of any of the negative effects of specialness, and all of the defenses of the ego will drop away as our true self returns to take its place, and this is the only cost of truth. I will no longer perceive what never was true. What never existed, nor hear what makes no sound. No longer see what never existed. Nor hear what makes no sound. So all of these illusory sights and sounds will simply disappear. Is it a sacrifice to give up nothing and to receive the love of my source forever? Says Yeshua. The answer is no. So encouraging us to let it go again and just accept the truth of who we really are. So, pure forms, what is perfect love? So, okay, so I have chained my awakened to my specialness and given it his place. Remember this: he has not lost the power to let go of all the sins I think I placed within him. Mm. Make that perfect, that's plural. I have chained my awakens to my specialness and given it their place. Should remember this: he has not lost the power let go of all the sins I think I've placed between. And my awakener and the function of awakening. And see him for me. Oh, I change their function any more than I can change the truth in them and in myself. But I should be certain that the truth is just the same. Exactly. Same in both of us. In all of us. There's no different messages and has one meaning. And there's one, I and my companion both can both understand. I and my companion can both understand, and one that brings relief to both of us. Here stands my companion. Key to the state of pure formless awareness in his hand, held out to me. I will not let the dream of specialness remain between us. What is one is joined in truth. Okay, I'll read it again from the top. So I have changed my awakeness to my specialness and given it their place. Should remember this. I have not lost the power to let go of all the sins I think I've placed between my awakener and the function of awakening given to them for me. Nor will I change their function any more than I can change the truth in them and in myself. But I should be certain that the truth is exactly the same in all of us. There's no different messages and has only one meaning. And it is one I and my companion can both understand. One I and my companion can both understand, and one that brings release. Both understand. That brings release to both of us. Here stands my companion. Here my companion stands with the key to the state of pure formless awareness in their hand, held out to me. offered to me. I will not let the dream of specialness remain between us. Once one is joined in truth. I think of the loveliness that I will see within myself. So let's move on. So really, this number 7 is saying that everyone is offering us this key to the truth, and we must just perceive them in that light. No matter what they perceive to the contrary, what the ego is showing me, we can overlook all these illusions and we can recognize that we are one in truth. Still remain as God created us. Okay, so I think of the loveliness that I will perceive within myself, and I've looked on I looked on him as on a friend. Looked on everyone as looked on everyone as on a friend. And I perceived everyone as my friend. The loveliness that I will perceive within myself. I'll perceive loveliness within myself. The self is the word enemy of specialness. My only real friend. One attack I thought I made on him was taken from him, the gift that the source would have him give to me. One attack I thought I made on it is taken from All right, simple loveliness. One attack I thought I made on it has taken from it the gift that the source would have source onset to give to me. Need to give it is as great as mine to have it. And I'm let go of all my specialness. So I let it help me let go of all my specialness and make me whole in mind, whole in awareness and one with it. Waits for my letting go only. Let me return it to me. It's my letting go only. So that it may return it. And this minus to me. It's not source who has condemned its extension, but I just have my specialness and kill my true self. And me. They are my specialness. Okay, so let's read it from the top. When I perceived everyone as my friend, I will perceive loveliness within myself. Capital self. This capital self is the quote enemy of specialness, my only real friend. The one attack I thought I made when it is taken from it. And the gift at the source wants it to give to me. My source wants it to give to me. Its need to give it is as great as mine to have it. I let it help me let go. Help me to let go of all my specialness and make me whole in awareness and one with it. and waits for my letting go only so that it may return this awareness to me. It is not the source who has condemned its extension, but me, to save my specialness and kill my true self. So what's he saying here? I have condemned myself. I've excluded my true self in favor of a separate self, a special self. And I've condemned myself to death, to suffering and death, to save my specialness and kill my true self. And it's me who's responsible. I've killed it off, seemingly. And so I'm responsible for accepting it back. No one else can accept it back for me. I must drop my defenses, let them go, accept my true self. The Christ is still there as an antidote to all my specialness, and that it can bring me or everything I truly desire: peace, love, joy, and eternal life. And this frees me from the insane world and the suffering of my specialness. Okay, so number 9. Just I've come far along the way of truth, too far to falter now. Just one step more, and I'll be vested of fear, of perfect love. Melt away in my companion's specialness and mine are enemies and bound in hate to kill each other and deny they are the same. So this is why we have such enmity. But my special self is pitted against someone else's, and actually bound in hate to kill each other. And in that act, deny they are the same. And this is the special relationship where substitute for unconditional love, we seek to find some kind of happiness in the special relationship. It never works. So my companion's specialness and mine are enemies and bound in hate to kill each other and deny they are the same. Yet it is not illusions that have reached this final obstacle. It seems to make pure formless awareness of perfect love and its state of pure formless awareness so remote. Make perfect love and its state of pure formless awareness so remote that they cannot be reached. Here in this innocent place, does truth stand waiting to receive you and your companion in silent blessing? In this innocent state, shall we say, instead of place. Innocent state, truth stand waiting to receive me and my companion in silent blessing and peace, so real and so encompassing that nothing stands outside. I leave all illusions of myself outside this state, to which I come in hope and honesty. So I've come far along the way of truth, too far to falter now. Just one step more, still not the final step of God, emerge with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Just one step more, and every vestige of the fear of perfect love will melt away in this love. My companions' specialness and mine are enemies. And bound in hate to kill each other and deny they are the same. There's not illusions that reach this final obstacle. Seems to make perfect love and its state of pure formless awareness so remote that they cannot be reached. In this innocent state, truth stands waiting to receive me and my companion in silent blessing. And peace so real and so encompassing, so real and encompassing that all encompassing that nothing stands outside of it. I leave all illusions of myself outside the state to which I come in hope and honesty. So saying we will enter into the state of pure formless awareness, which is heaven, when we let go of our specialness and accept that we are one with our companions. They are the same as us, they're on the same journey to the same destination. And so it is. This is the way to heaven. Okay, so number 10, here is your savior from your specialness. Okay, so number 10, here is unwanted. Here's my savior from my specialness. It is a need of my acceptance. Self as part of me. Here is my savior from my specialness. It is a need, my acceptance of itself as part of me, as me for it. It's the need of my acceptance of itself as part of me. As I am for it. I am in need of its acceptance, in other words. I'm in need of its acceptance. I'm in need. I'm in need of its. As I'm in need of its acceptance. I'm like pure fullness or as a perfect love. I'm as alike to pure formless awareness of perfect love as pure formless awareness of perfect love is to itself. It is not special, for it would not keep one part of what it is unto itself. For it does not keep any part of what it is unto itself, not given to its extension, but kept for it alone. So there's no holding back. It's no like this is mine and this is yours. That's all special. It just gives freely and unconditionally. It is this I fear, for it is, if it is not special, then it will its extension to be like it, and my companion must be like me, not special, but possessed of everything, but having everything. Having everything, including me. Give him only what he has. So, and give it only what it has, remembering pure fullness and awareness of perfect love gave itself to me. Remembering perfect love gave itself to me and my companion in equal love, so that both might share the universe with it as much share the true universe. With it who chose that love could never be divided. And we might share the universe with it who chose. We might share true reality, maybe. Share reality. With it who chose that love could never be divided. It which chose that love in reality of it which chose that love could never be divided and kept separate from what it is and must forever be. Are your brothers. Okay, so let's just read it. Here is my Savior from specialness. It is in need of my acceptance of itself as part of me, as I am in need of its acceptance. I am as the like to pure forms, one as a perfect love. Pure forms, one as a perfect love is to itself. It is not special, for it does not keep any part of what it is to itself, not given to its extension, but kept for it alone. As this I fear, for if it is not special, then it willed its extension to be like it, and my companion must be like me. Yeah, so if there's no specialness, if we're all one, my companions must be like me, not special, but having everything, including me. I give it only what it has, remembering perfect love gave itself to me and my companions in equal love, so that we might share reality with it. Which chose that love could never be divided and kept separate from what it is and must forever be. So what's he saying here? We must accept that we are one, that we are not special, that we are one in extension of source, we are one in our true self with Christ. And because of that, there is no specialness. My companions and I must be exactly the same, alike. In that, specialness dissolves, that love, in that love we have acceptance of our source, and we share its reality with it. And we might share reality with it, which chose that love could never be divided and kept separate from what it is and must forever be. So we are one. Our true self shows us that. Collapses specialness tells us that we're one with our true self and one with our brothers, our companions. And in that truth, all specialness disappears. So our special identity is then denied, undone, and we go back to the state of pure formless awareness, which is perfect love, and we merge with our source and all of our companions in that. So it's the death of the special self. The ego, which is what the ego fears and resists it for dear life, because specialness is its life. Okay, so moving swiftly on to number 11. Got 4 more to go, 4 paragraphs. So you are your brothers. Let's just do translated, but I am my companions. Part of love, not denied to him, part of love Just need to say, I am my brothers, I am my companions, because part of love was not denied. I am my companions. I don't think apostrophe. I think maybe the apostrophe would be better. I am my companions because part of love. So I am that I am. I am that. I am actually them. There is no specialness because part of love is not denied to them. Only can it be that I've lost because it is complete, but can it be that I've lost because they are complete? What has been given them makes me complete as it does them. Right? So it's because we're all one, we find completion together in this unity. Pure forms of awareness, perfect love's love. So pure forms of awareness of perfect love, let's just keep it as that, gave me to it, to him, to them, gave me to them, and them to me, because it gave itself to all of us. One is the same as pure forms, one is perfect love. One is the same as pure forms, one is perfect love is one with it. And only specialness could make the truth of perfect love and me one as one seem anything but state of pure formless awareness, the hope of peace at last in sight. Only specialness could make the truth of perfect love and me as one seem anything but the state of pure formless awareness with the hope of peace at last in sight. And only specialness could make the truth of perfect love and me as one seem anything but state of pure formless awareness with the hope of peace at last in sight. So only specialness can sabotage this. So I am my companions because part of love is not denied to them. But can it be that I've lost? I've lost because they are complete. What's been given them makes me complete as it does them. Pure formless awareness of perfect love gave me to them and them to me because it gave itself to all of us. Whereas the same as pure formless awareness of perfect love is one with it. And only specialness could make the truth of perfect love and me as one seem anything. But the state of pure formless awareness with the hope of peace at last in sight. On the state of eternal peace at last attainable. So he's saying here, we complete each other. We're given our identity and true self by pure formless awareness of perfect love, God. We are one in that, and so my brother's completion is mine. We merge into the oneness of our source, and so it's the same as pure formless awareness. Perfect love is one with it. We are all one in that. Only specialness can make the truth of perfect love and me as one seem anything but. State of pure formless awareness with the state of eternal peace at last attainable. So only specialness can sabotage the peace and the oneness. It comes from unity. Okay, so moving on to number 12. 3 more to go. Specialness is a seal of treachery upon the gift of love. Whatever serves its purpose must be given to kill. No gift that bears its seal. It's double negative, let's say every gift bears its mark, offers only treachery to giver and receiver. On one glance from eyes it veils, but looks on the sight of death. One glance from eyes it veils. So every glance from eyes it veils looks on the sight of death. Every believer in its potency, every believer in its power, only seeks for bargains and compromise, will establish sin, love, substitute, and serve it faithfully. Seem to establish sin as love, substitute, and serve it faithfully. And no relationship that holds its purpose dear, and every relationship, every special relationship that holds its purpose dear, clings to murder, safety's weapon, and the great defender of all illusions from the threat of love. That clings only to murder as safety's weapon, and the great defender of all illusions from the quote threat of love. We read it again. So specialness is the seal of treachery upon the gift of love. Whatever serves its purpose must be given to kill. Every gift that bears its seal offers only treachery to both giver and receiver. Every glance from eyes it veils looks on the sight of death. Every believer in its power only seeks for bargains and compromise that seem to establish sin as love's substitute and serve it faithfully. And every special relationship that holds its purpose dear and values its purpose brings only to murder as safety's weapon, the great defender of all illusions from the threat of love. Okay, so what's he saying here? That specialness is the enemy, it's the great illusion, it's all about death. It wants us to believe in murder as its weapon of defense, to defend illusions from the threat of love. And so everyone who believes in specialness seeks for bargains and compromise that seem to establish sin as the substitute for love and serve it faithfully. So we believe in sin and guilt and fear and attack as part of our specialness, and we live in an insane world that's characterized by these insane beliefs. There's no love, there's no happiness, there's no joy. And all of this is to defend our special identity against the apparent threat of love. All very insane, but this is how the ego works. Okay, so moving on to 13, the hope of specialness. Just the hope of specialness makes it seem possible. Pure formless awareness of perfect love made the body as the prison that keeps its extension from it, for it demands a special place. Pure formless awareness of perfect love cannot enter. So it is the body, for the body demands a special place. Pure formless awareness of perfect love cannot enter. Special hiding place. Pure formless awareness of perfect love cannot enter. None is welcome, only my true, only my tiny self, where no one but where no one is welcome but my tiny self. No one but my tiny self is welcome. My tiny special self is welcome. Nothing is sacred here, only unto me, and me alone. For everything here is sacred. Everything here is sacred only to me and me alone. Apart and separate from all my companions, safe from all intrusions of sanity upon illusions, and safe from formless awareness of perfect love and for conflict, everlasting, for everlasting conflict. Not a good reality. Here are the gates of limited awareness. I closed upon myself. to rule in madness and loneliness, my special kingdom. Apart from pure formless awareness of perfect love, away from truth, and from my awakening to it. Okay, so read it from the top. The hope of specialness makes it seem possible. Pure formless awareness of perfect love made the body as the prison that keeps its extension from it. For the body demands a special hiding place. Pure formless awareness, perfect love cannot. And no one but my special, tiny special self is welcome. Everything here is sacred only to me and me alone, apart and separate from all my companions, safe from all intrusions of sanity upon illusions, and safe from pure formless awareness. Illusions and from pure formless awareness of perfect love. And for everlasting conflict. Safe from all intrusions of sanity upon illusions, from pure formless awareness of perfect love. And safe for everlasting conflict. Perpetual, which is how this world works, perpetual conflict, which just seems to carry on and on and on until we are willing to truly let it go. Here are the gates and limited awareness I closed upon myself to rule in madness and loneliness. My special kingdom, to rule my special kingdom. My special reality. Let's keep this kingdom. In madness and loneliness, apart from pure formless awareness, perfect love. And away from truth. And my awakening to it. And what's he saying here? In this special kingdom we've invented for the separate self, special place, which is the body, we stay in isolation and loneliness. We seem to be safe from perfect love, pure formless awareness of perfect love. And we, in this kingdom of madness, the insane seems to be sane and justified, and pure formless awareness of perfect love seems to be shut out. So it is apart from us, we're away from truth, we're away from our awakening. And the ego, the separate self, wants us to stay there. Safe, quite from all intrusions of sanity upon illusions, from pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is our source, and for perpetual conflict. So it's inevitable that we're going to have perpetual conflict in this world because it's a world based on an illusion of a false idea of separation. So what else can you expect? Okay, so number 14. Yeah, I threw away pure formless perfect love gave my companion. His innocent hands would offer it to me when I was ready to accept its plan for my awakening place of mind. His innocent hands offer it to me when I'm ready to accept its plan for my awakening place of mind. How could this readiness be reached, save through the sight of all my misery and the awareness that my plan has failed? How can this readiness be reached? How can readiness be reached? How can I be ready step through the perception of all my misery and the awareness of all my misery? And that my plan has failed and will forever fail to bring me peace and joy of any kind. So this can be a very hard moment. And you see this futility of the illusion. You see that everything you've planned has really just taken you in the wrong direction, about confirming your separate self and denying the truth of who you are, which will never work to bring you peace and joy of any kind. And that can be a desperate moment because it all seems to be really pointless and meaningless, which it is in reality. But to face that is the dark night of the soul. So through this despair, I travel now. So the hero's journey, I journey through this despair now. Yet it is only an illusion of despair. The death of specialness is not my death, but my awakening into eternal life. I only emerge from an illusion of what I am to acceptance of myself as pure formless awareness and perfect love extends me. It's read from the top, so the key I threw away. Pure formless awareness, the perfect love gave. Key I threw away. To my companion, whose innocent hands offered to me and I'm ready to accept its plan for my awakening place of mind. So when I'm ready to let go, in other words, of my special self and the fear and anger and hatred I feel towards my companion, then my companion becomes my savior. I'm ready to accept its plan for my awakening in the place of mind. How can I be ready to accept through the awareness of all my misery? How can I become ready, accept through the awareness of all my misery, and that my plan has failed? And the understanding that my plan has failed and will forever fail, has failed and will forever fail to bring me peace and joy of any kind. A journey through this despair now, yet it is only an illusion of despair. So saying we have this despair because we realize it's all pointless, the ego is crazy and pointless and futile, it's never going to work, we're never going to find peace and joy of any kind, and that can be a hard moment. It's a dark night of the soul. But you journey through this and you realize it's only an illusion of despair, because the death of specialness is not my death, but my awakening into eternal life. So it's only that special self that's dying. Although it feels like you, it's not really you, it's an illusion of you. It doesn't feel pleasant, but it's necessary in order to awaken to who you are. It's a dark night of the soul, or the abyss, that it's being called. And in that awakening, you find your true self. So I only emerge then from an illusion of what I am to the acceptance of myself, capital self, as pure formless as perfect love extends me. Yeah, so it's giving us the final outcome, saying that we can attain this, this true self, this awareness, and our companions are the key, because the way we perceive them is the way that we perceive ourselves. So if we want the full awakening, it's really about changing our minds. Okay, so brings us to the personalized executive summary, which so we can just give a summary. Summary of the text below under 300 words, keeping some of the first person singular and moving the numbers. Okay, so let's give ChatGPT that task. All right, so section conveys a profound message about the illusion of specialness and path to awakening. Right. So this section conveys a profound message about the illusion of specialness and the path to awakening. It emphasizes that comparison of specialness, beliefs that separation that hinder my realization of perfect love. Specialness established by perceived lacks in others. By comparing self to others and perceiving deficiency in them diminishes not only others but myself. Pursuit of specialness brings pain and opposes the will of source. So my pursuit, specialness brings pain, As the awareness of my source, unveiling specialness over truth, holds me captive to illusions. Specialness is described as sin made real, self-made, specialness makes sin real, self-made savior denies the oneness of unreal. Self-made savior seems to make sin real, and the self-made savior denies the oneness of my source. It is explained that acknowledging our lack of specialness my lack of specialness opens me to the truth and the love of my source and the formless awareness. Perfect love of my source. Defending specialness prevents me from hearing the voice of perfect love and traps me in illusions. Acknowledging that I am not special liberates me from limits and allows me to receive the love of my source. Accept and receive love of my source. Pure formless awareness of perfect love, pure formless awareness of perfect. It is vital that I let go of specialness and accept my true nature as extension of the source. Urge me to view others So as an integral part of this process, should perceive everyone as my friend, rather than I mean, relinquish my attachment to specialness in order to find my true self and attain peace. My belief in my specialness in order to find my true self and attain peace. Specialness is primary illusion, separates me from my source and other extensions of the source. On acceptance of my true nature as pure forms of its perfect love, leads to awakening and a life. Lead to my awakening from the dream of specialness and acceptance of my eternal life and eternal life as this awareness. Text below and under 50 words. Yes, numbers. Section emphasize the detrimental effects of knowing things as specialists and engaging in comparisons with others. It hinders the realization of perfect love and traps in illusions. Okay, so effective arguments being the specialist comparing myself as it hinders the realization of perfect love and traps me in illusions. Highlights the importance of acknowledging a lack of specialists, be open to the truth, perfect love, and go specialists perceiving others as friends. Enemies of accepting one's my true nature as an extension of a source of all vital steps towards attain. Attaining peace and awakening from the illusion of specialness. And from the illusion of specialness. Okay. Okay, so the key message is this section emphasizes the detrimental effects of harboring feelings of specialness, comparing myself with others as it hinders the realization of perfect love and traps me in illusions. Highlights the importance of acknowledging my lack of specialness, to be open to the truth of perfect love that is my source, letting go of specialness, seeing others as friends rather than enemies, and accepting my true nature as an extension of my source, are all vital steps in attaining peace and awakening from my painful illusion of specialness. Okay, so the point of this lesson, key message is let go of specialness, which is part of the ego's insane foundation, and accept that you're one with all your brothers, companions. In doing that, seeing them as your friend rather than your enemy, you accept your source, shared source, accept that you're one with that source rather than separate from it, and you restore your mind to your true self, which he is always happy, peaceful, loving, and joyful. And so why would you resist letting go of your separate self when all that awaits you? Hope this text reading has been worthwhile and valuable for you. So I think we'll call it a night now. Thank you to Elaine who joined earlier, and if you're not part of our community and you'd like to join these sessions, then look below, join us for our next masterclass. You can sign up through the link below. Go to theaolg.com and join us on Sunday for our next masterclass. You can also subscribe to the channel to get notified about these live streams and anything else I upload. And if you'd like to receive some of the content we went through at the beginning in the email, you'd like to get that daily sent to you via Telegram message, just look below, sign up to that. Okay, so I hope to see you on the inside. Thanks for watching or listening, and namaste, which means the true self in me, the Christ in me, the true self in me, acknowledges and honors that same true self in you. Peace.